Last night was the Al Smith Dinner, a big Catholic charity event in New York City that's held every year, but in election years, it's customary for both the Republican and the Democrat candidate to show up and do a little stand up comedy, make fun of themselves and each other. But this year, Kamala Harris chickened out, as the host, Jim Gaffigan, here points out, who, by the way, used to have a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome, so maybe he is making a recovery.
You know, this event has been referred to as the Catholic Met Gala. 22% of Americans identify as Catholic. Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here?
Oh. This is in New York City.
I mean, consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. This is a layup for the Democratic nominee.
Chuck Schumer is sitting there right to his left.
I mean, in her defense, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Donald Trump also cracked some hilarious jokes, which I'll play for you in just a moment. And later, Brian Stelter will weigh in on the dinner, no pun intended, who thankfully has been rehired by the Clown News Network. So stay tuned and subscribe to my channel for new here and check back on a regular basis.
The Democrats have been telling us Trump's re-election is a threat to democracy. In fact, they were so concerned of this threat, they staged a coup, ousted their democratically elected incumbent, and installed Kamala Harris. In other words, all her dreams have come true.
Look at how stunned the Democrats are. Chuck Schumer is sitting there, stone-faced. Also, that's Letitia James, the New York Southern District prosecutor who literally campaigned for the position, promising to trump up charges, no pun intended, against President Trump. Let's look at some more, because this was really some of the best comedy of the entire year.
The media has begun discussing the phenomena of secret Trump voters. I don't know if you've heard about this. People who publicly say they would never vote for Trump, but then when they go in the voting booth, they do. It's a small group. They're called the Biden family.
Even Chuck Schumer's laughing. He knows. Chuck Schumer's nodding his head. Here he is talking about some of the previous Catholic presidents, and wait for it.
Catholic president, right? After JFK, President Biden couldn't be here tonight. The DNC made sure of that. That's... I guess I'm the only one that reads history.
And then President Trump took the stage.
Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't he look glum? He looks glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
Look at him seethe, because he knows deep down inside just how insane his party has become. But wait, there's more.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris? Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all, because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Every one of those people is voting.
It's not registering with some of the Democrats. They just don't get it.
I used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz. Tradition holds that I'm supposed to tell a few self-deprecating jokes this evening. So here it goes. Nope, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. There's nothing to say. I guess I just don't see the point of taking shots at myself when other people have been shooting at me for a hell of a long time and they shoot hard.
Donald Trump did so well, despite it looks like the teleprompter wasn't working because Jim Gaffigan was using a teleprompter, but Donald Trump had to refer to his notes. So I don't know if they only had the teleprompter for the host or if there was some glitch and they had to use the cards as a backup. But obviously, he did so fantastic that even Mr. Potato Head had to admit the truth.
Brian Stelter, what did you make of this performance?
Oh, no, don't ask me first. I thought he was funny. I thought he actually got a few great jokes in. I thought the best moment was when he talked about the assassination attempts and made light of what he's experienced, because I think he's experiencing real trauma, real PTSD as a result of the shootings, but he's still able to have a light moment in this room, and he took advantage of the fact that Kamala Harris wasn't there.
Which is really the
was
subtext
disappointed
of
that
this whole thing.
Exactly.
They're usually supposed to be in the same room.
And while Kamala was too chicken to attend the event, which again is customary for both party nominees during election years, instead she sent in a pre-recorded video skit with a Saturday Night Live star, which got literally 0 laughs.
Vice President Harris did have a scheduling conflict, but was generous enough to send us this video. Let's take a look.
Your Eminence and distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship.
Cool. Oh, sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Elliott. Mary Catherine Elliott. It's so nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that.
Okay, I will save you any more cringe because this goes on for another 3.5 minutes. Try to stomach just a few more seconds of it because you got to see Jim Gaffigan's response to her cowardice.
Thank you. May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
Wait for it.
I don't even know what that noise you're making is. Something like, I don't know. As I watched that, I couldn't help but think of, now I know how my kids felt when I FaceTimed into a piano recital they were at.
She was too busy in the battleground state of Wisconsin on the campaign trail with her new friend, billionaire Rachel Maddow. Mark Cuban.
Y'all here to have a little bit of fun? I like that. Would y'all mind if I, pick on Donald Trump a little bit? Okay.
Yes, actually, I do mind because we've seen you attempt comedy before, like on the Stephen Colbert Show, doing whatever the hell this is.
You're shiny, orange, and empty inside. I'd say you're a traffic cone, but I would swerve to avoid a traffic curve.
Oh, that's gonna leave a mark, Cuban.
The audience is actually laughing.
Donald, do you know that to be a billionaire, you have to have the billion part in your bank account, not just the air.
Tom, you just fell into the shark tank.
Okay, that's enough. And the joy from cackling Kamala's campaign seems to have disappeared. Remember how happy they were once they committed the coup and there was a tremendous relief, a weight lifted off of their shoulders? Now that old Joe is gone, well, that was then and this is now.
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President
Of course, she's complaining about Donald Trump.
of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Teleprompter must have broke again. When she repeats herself 3 or 4 times in a row, that's the clue. I'm Mark Dice. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you're new here, and if you're a regular viewer, please share links to my videos on your social media feeds and encourage other people to check it out and subscribe. We're going to have to bypass YouTube's shadow banning manually. So thanks for your support. Stay tuned, and I will see you soon.
Morning. I was listening to this Canadian hockey player, Ian White, and this is late 2020, and this guy is a pureblood. And he got an offer to play hockey in the United States, and he really wanted to go. But he couldn't, because he was a pureblood, right? He couldn't go by plane, he couldn't go by train. And then he had a good friend who offered to give him a ride to the border. And they went. And they knew about this place, this customs station at the border, who didn't check for medical records. So that's where they went, right? And then the friend said, you know, I can't drive you across the border because when I come back, I will have to go into quarantine for 2 weeks. So, and the hockey player talked to the guys at the customs station and said, can I just walk over to the US Customs and see if they accept me, you know? And the guys at the Canadian Customs, they said, yeah, but if they don't, you will have to come back, right? And then you will have to go into quarantine for 2 weeks. And then he called the US Customs and asked them, you know, will you accept me? I want to cross the border here. Will you accept me? And the guys at the US Customs, they said, yeah, just walk over here. Walk the highway, you know, you will be fine. And it was damn cold, and there was a blizzard, right? So this guy left his friend on the Canadian side, right, and walked the highway in the blizzard. And he was accepted into the United States. You know, I knew what it was like. I knew about these rules in Canada, these insane rules. But listening to this guy, this hockey player, it gets real, doesn't it? Wow. I was also thinking about what I talked about yesterday, this town, Port Hedland, that's the town, Western Australia, where they realized that people are dying, right? And they talked about 1 funeral a week, and now it's 1 a day. That's pretty damn real, isn't it? Instead of 1 coffin, there's 7 coffins, right? I thought about, you know, it's late too, isn't it? They gave the needle to people in Australia, I think early 2021, right? And now it's almost 2025. And people are dying, right? I was also thinking about my family. All my family took the needle. Not my kids, you know, I have 2 sons and they didn't take it, right? But, you know, the other ones, they took it, all of them. And one of them died, and this was my older brother, right? I told you about this. He died in July 2021, soon after taking the needle. And when I talked to people in my family, I said, you know, I believe that the needle killed him. I get pissed off still. I get pissed off about this. So one member of the family, this absolute idiot, right? He said, no, it's too late. It's been a month. He took the needle and then he died a month later. Too long time. See? So it can't be the needle. Right? Oh, I'm so disappointed with my family. It's unbelievable. So, but I'm thinking about these things. And what does it look like now if people are dying now? See, 4 years later. And Australia, I heard this, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that 95% of the citizens of Australia took the first two needles. I'm not scared about this. I'm just really pissed off about it. I don't worry about it. See, thinking about all these people who took it, and of course they were fooled, but they had a responsibility, of course, for themselves. It's just unimaginable that you could be in a condition where you don't question anything. You don't want to know, you don't want to find out what it is. You just take it because some jerk expert said so, right? It's hard for me to understand it. Still, 4 years later, I still don't get it. All right. Be good. Morning. I walked to the guys at the customs station and said, can I just walk over to the US Customs and see if they accept me, you know? And the guys at the Canadian Customs, they said, yeah, but if they don't, you will have to come back, right? And then you will have to go into quarantine for 2 weeks. And then he called the US Customs and asked them, you know, will you accept me? I want to cross the border here. Will you accept me? And the guys at the US Customs, they said, yeah, just walk over here. Walk the highway, you know, you will be fine. And it was damn cold, and there was a blizzard, right? So this guy left his friend on the Canadian side, right, and walked the highway in the blizzard. And he was accepted into the United States. Yeah, I knew what it was like. I knew about these rules in Canada, these insane rules. But listening to this guy, this hockey player, it gets real, doesn't it? Wow. I was also thinking about what I talked about yesterday, this town, Port Hedland, that's the town, Western Australia, where they realized that people are dying, right? And they talked about one funeral a week, and now it's one a day. That's pretty damn real, isn't it? Instead of one coffin, there's 7 coffins, right? I thought about, it's late too, isn't it? They gave the needle to people in Australia, I think early 2021, right? And now it's almost 2025, and people are dying, right? I was also thinking about my family. All my family took the needle. Not my kids, I have 2 sons and they didn't take it, right? But the other ones, they took it, all of them. And one of them died, and this was my older brother, right? I told you about this. He died in July 2021, soon after taking the needle. And when I talked to people in my family, I said, I believe that the needle killed him. I get pissed off still. I get pissed off about this. So one member of the family, this absolute idiot, right? He said, no, it's too late. It's been a month. He took the needle and then he died a month later. Too long time. See? So it can't be the needle. Right? Oh, I'm so disappointed with my family. It's unbelievable. So, but I'm thinking about these things. And what does it look like now? If people are dying now, see, 4 years later. And Australia, I heard this, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that 95% of the citizens of Australia took the first two needles. I'm not scared about this. I'm just really pissed off about it. I don't worry about it. See, thinking about all these people who took it. And of course they were fooled, but they had a responsibility. Of course, for themselves. It's just unimaginable that you could be in a condition where you don't question anything. You don't want to know, you don't want to find out what it is. You just take it because some jerk expert said so, right? It's hard for me to understand it. Still, 4 years later, I still don't get it. All right. Be good. Right? I thought about, it's late too, isn't it? It's one Australian, Port Hedland, Port Town. Wow, play these insane. He was the highway friend on the Canadian side, right, and walked the highway in the blizzard, and he was accepted into the United States. Yeah, I knew what it was like. I knew about these rules in Canada, these insane rules. But listening to this guy, this hockey player, it gets real, doesn't it? Wow. I was also thinking about what I talked about yesterday, this town, Port Hedland, that's the town, Western Australia, where they realized that people are dying, right? And they talked about one funeral a week, and now it's one a day. That's pretty damn real, isn't it? Instead of one coffin, there's 7 coffins, right? I thought about, it's late too, isn't it? They gave the needle to people in Australia, I think early 2021, right? And now it's almost 2025, and people are dying, right? I was also thinking about my family. All my family took the needle. Not my kids, you know, I have 2 sons and they didn't take it, right? But, you know, the other ones, they took it, all of them. And one of them died, and this was my older brother, right? I told you about this. He died in July 2021, soon after taking the needle. And when I talked to people in my family, I said, you know, I believe that the needle killed him. I get pissed off still. I get pissed off about this. So one member of the family, this absolute idiot, right? He said, no, it's too late. It's been a month. He took the needle and then he died a month later. Too long time. See? So it can't be the needle. I'm so disappointed with my family. It's unbelievable. So, but I'm thinking about these things. And what does it look like now? If people are dying now, see, 4 years later. And Australia, I heard this, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that 95% of the citizens of Australia took the first two needles. I'm not scared about this. I'm just really pissed off about it. I don't worry about it. See, thinking about all these people who took it. And of course they were fooled, but they had a responsibility. Of course, for themselves. It's just unimaginable that you could be in a condition where you don't question anything. You don't want to know, you don't want to find out what it is. You just take it because some jerk expert said so, right? It's hard for me to understand it. Still, 4 years later, I still don't get it. All right. Be good.
for this. There's genocide, and I don't stand for Zionism. And Montclair, I don't support it. There's a genocide. You know that, right? They're killing children. What's the purpose? Be proud of your heritage. Y'all understand there's a genocide, right? You understand, right? There's nothing against people who are Jewish, but this is not okay.
This is Greek.
Who's this?
This is Greek.
What? Really?
Greek. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Israel. My bad. Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad.
There you go, right there. There's another fine example of what all of our college universities are producing these days. Study to brave, oppressed, marginalized, BIPOC, Zimzerbs. Not knowing the difference between, well, anything at this point. I mean, these idiots are cutting their fucking dicks off. But also highly confused about flags, boys. Anything that's bluish or white, that's them Jews! That's them Jews! I'm gonna attack. Yeah, no, but this is a Greek restaurant over here. Oh, he's trying to masquerade around as Greeks. This idiot doesn't even know the difference, by the way. Greek? Was that a darker skinned Jew? I'll burn this down. Isn't it bizarre being called? They've been calling conservatives Nazis forever. But your site is over here. Your site is so rampant with the Jew hate, they're attacking Greek restaurants. This is fascinating to watch. And the Jews are still voting Democrat, by the way. So I'm sitting there going, all right, good luck. Good luck, you know over here. But here you go, Gateway Pundit. Watch humiliation ensues for pro-Hamas idiot when she tears down what she believes to be Israeli flags at a Greek restaurant. Absolute moron. Absolute moron. So this is the people who I'm supposed to take my geopolitics from. I'm supposed to be lectured to. Because I went to college. Look at me. Yeah, I don't give a shit that you went to college. I don't know who cares. You met colleges these days? You idiots are pissing in cat litter boxes in the back of these lecture rooms. So I hope you get brain AIDS with those worms in the cat poop. So here you go. Look at this. She shouts while ripping the supposed Israeli flags down for the Erie. Free Palestine, bitch! Oh, I'm about to come back up in his. I'm gonna put some free Palpatines up in here. Oh, free Palpatines. Do you even know what the hell you're talking about? I know what I'm talking about, so I went to colleges. There's zero barriers to entry into college these days. You could, again, be a functional fucking moron over here, and then you don't even have to pay for it. It's just insane. So they'll let anybody in there. And then they take these firebugs, agitate them, make them even dumber, then agitate them, and then set them loose. And then they go out and they attack pizzerias like this. Pizzerias, I'm all confused. And the Italians, the Greeks, same thing, boys. Look at this. This dumb idiot comes up here and starts attacking this restaurant, and the chicks working the restaurant go, "What the shit is going on?" This dumb idiot's going, "I'll support no genocide, no genocide, free Palpatines, no I ripped this shit up, bitch." And the ladies inside this place are sitting there going, "What the fuck is going on over here? What is going on over here?" And so this one responds, "What you looking at? You know damn well there's a genocide. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have zero understanding what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about in your own neighborhood, by the way, let alone what's going on the other side of the planet. Can't even comprehend. You have no self-awareness of how stupid you fucking are. There's a genocide happening. I don't support no genocides up here in Montclair. What side?" The workers then drop a brutal reality check on the pro-Hamas idiot. The white and blue flags she was turning down. The Greek idiot. The Greek flags. Oh, really? All right. I thought it was Israel. You mean you thought it was an Israeli flag? I don't know how to conjugate. The woman responds, "Oh shit! It looked Israel to me. It looked Israel. Oh my god! Can we arrest everybody who's running these college institutions? This is what they're producing." So, of course, at one point she says, "Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me." She's ripping everything down, right? She's accosting these people in the restaurant, ripping everything down. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing, and she's right. They ain't nobody gonna do no nothings to you over here, because again, the same people who have infected the college universities have infected the local police department, and they ain't gonna respond to any of this. The owners of this restaurant, they're like, we called, man. We called like 8 times. Nobody came down here. They won't help us. Yeah. No, of course they won't help. Yeah. Yeah. Happened 8 months ago. Filed a report 8 months ago. Nothing happened. Yeah. Yeah. So these idiots know. As long as you're attacking Christians, conservative, I guess Jews, welcome to the party. Jews and Asians, welcome to the white supremacy party, I guess, over here. There are certain things that lefties are allowed to attack. If you're screaming rainbow this, rainbow that, then you can get blowjobs from dudes can blow other dudes in swimming pools full of piss on the street in San Francisco in front of everybody, as long as you wave a rainbow flag. You can be a complete fucking filthy degenerate as long as you wave the rainbow flag. And if you're going to set something on fire, you used to have to wave the BLM flag, but now you have to wave the Palestinian flag. You wave that and you'll be able to set shit on fire, right? As long as you're screaming, screw them Jews, I guess you could attack Greek restaurants and Democrat-run shitholes. That's how this works. And so I'm hoping you idiots run into somebody who's had enough of this nonsense. Michael Douglas falling down, Greek restaurant owner, and the universe works itself out. The universe works itself out. Self-defense is morally righteous. So keep fucking around. Keep fucking around. And I'm told that there is an equal amount of fuck around to finding out eventually on a long enough timeline. I'm hoping to make videos about that. Stupid idiot goes, look at this. Attack another place, and if you get shot, I'm going to put it to doom music. That's going to be our thing, boys. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching the video. Support channel. What you kept today on dumb idiot lefties having no idea what the hell they're doing. And then still being allowed to do it because they're a protected fucking class of firebugs. Hit that subscribe button and make way because the salt must flow.
Remember that rather intense encounter between Obama and Biden the other day? Well, the New York Post just hired a lip reader to tell us what they really said. And let's just say Kamala ain't gonna like it. Hey, gang, it's me, Dr. Steve. Come on in. One and all, I am your Patriot Professor, here to help you stay sane in these insane times. And we're going to analyze that little private conversation and see what it all means going into November. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and let's dive right in. Hey gang, owing back taxes is a huge burden, and unfortunately the pandemic relief is over and the IRS is on its way to make you pay up. They've hired thousands of new agents and sent over 5 million pay-up letters in 2024 alone. But if you're dealing with this mess, I would stand. Biden and Obama could be seen memorial. Some random or visit tnusa.com/Turley. Some rather shocking video came out of the Ethel Kennedy Memorial Service in Washington. Presidents Biden and Obama could be seen exchanging what appeared to be some sharp words with each other, but there was no audio to the visual. So that's when the New York Post came up with the idea of hiring a professional lip reader. Here's what he found. Biden said, "She's not as strong as me." Obama responded with, "I know, that's true, but we still have time." "Yeah, we'll get it in time," Biden responded half-heartedly. Now, this exchange is but the latest indicator of the falling out between the Biden White House and Kamala. Now, this exchange is but the latest indicator of the falling out between Biden and Kamala. You may not have noticed this, but Biden is not on the campaign trail for Kamala. Nope, 2.5 weeks away from the big day, Biden is actually out of the freaking country. He's in Europe. He gone. He's in Europe, gathering with world leaders in a farewell tour. He's gone. He's done. He doesn't appear to want to have anything to do with Kamala. And of course, this is all just par for the course of what he's been doing of late. I mean, how could we forget that wonderful picture of Biden donning a MAGA cap? And of course, since then, he's been holding press conferences conveniently at the exact same moment as Kamala's public appearances so as to prevent TV coverage of her campaign. He's contradicted her stupid feud that she picked with Ron DeSantis. Biden's like, "I think the Florida governor is doing an exceptional job." Biden has frankly been undermining Kamala's campaign every step of the way. And by the way, he's right. What he said there to Obama, he's right. He is a stronger candidate than Kamala. And we've talked about why that is. Who knows? Put that in the chat. Put it in the chat. Why is Biden a stronger candidate than Kamala? If you've been with this channel for a while, you know. Because Kamala is a disaster with what constituency? She is a disaster with the working class. The working class revolt in this nation, it's actually happening all over the world, all right? It's in this nation, the MAGA movement is but a distinctly American expression of this wider revolt happening all over the world. I just was chatting with Jack Posobiec on this, on his show, of the worldwide working class revolt. It all started back in 2016, particularly with the white working class, where nearly 200 counties in states like Wisconsin and Iowa, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Ohio. By the way, we'll talk about Minnesota in a moment. You're going to love this. They all voted for the Democrat presidential candidate in every single election for decades. But back in 2016, to Hillary's horror, they suddenly defected and they voted in droves for Trump. In fact, even if Hillary had gotten Obama's level of the black vote, she still would have lost because she lost the white vote, particularly the white working class vote, by that much. But now in 2024, we're starting to see it among the non-white working class. They're making a comparable shift to Trump. Harry Enton of CNN has been talking about this. He's one of a number of analysts pointing out that Trump is getting a record number of non-white support among blacks, Asians, Latino voters, Muslim American, Arab Americans, a level of support we haven't seen in half a century. Now, the key here is that Biden was still at least relatively competitive with this old working class vote, right? Old Scranton Joe still had the support of a lot of traditional working class voters. And I can assure you, that's exactly what he meant about being stronger than Kamala. Remember, this isn't about Kamala winning Tennessee or Oklahoma or Idaho. This election is all about winning states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, all states that have an inordinately high working class population. These are the states that the presidential candidate must win in order to win the presidency. And Joe, at least in his mind, proved that he can win those states. And he was at least competitive in particularly the rural areas of Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. He was losing, but at least he was competitive. But Kamala, California Kamala's, our good friend Rich Barris likes to say, she's a working class disaster. Take a look at this. This is a poll of Teamster union members in the key swing states, the battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Again, they all have inordinately high numbers of working class voters. And these are the three states that generally vote to the right, however slightly, of the national polling. Look at the difference between working class support for Biden versus working class support for Harris, both foiled against Trump. The picture could not be more stark. When Biden was on the ticket in Wisconsin, look at this. He was getting 74% support among Teamster union members. Now look at that. Now look at it. It's dropped by more than 30 points. In fact, it's not just that Kamala has dropped 30 points. There's also at the same time an over 40-point swing to Trump. Take a look at Michigan. Biden was polling at 58% to Trump's 32% among Teamsters. Now, Trump is crushing Harris 62 to 35. And take a look at Pennsylvania. Biden and Trump were statistically tied, 43-42. But now with Harris, it's Trump 65 to 31. He's beating her 3-1. We're also seeing it in Minnesota as well. It's one of the reasons why Minnesota is so competitive right now. Biden was running away with it, 46 to 26. But now with Harris, Trump has an even bigger lead than that, 59 to 37. This is why Kamala is now officially weaker than even Hillary Clinton was back in 2016 when she almost lost Minnesota. The latest Minnesota Post poll just came out, has the contest to within, you ready for this? In Minnesota, the contest is within 4. 4, gang. It was 10 over the summer. It's now Kamala up by only 4 in a state that even voted Democrat in 1984, when every single other state, all 49 others, voted Republican. Kamala is officially weaker than Hillary Clinton was in Minnesota because, again, at least Clinton was still getting a significant number of these Teamsters votes. The working class did indeed largely defect in 2016 over to Trump, but Hillary still had support in the 30s, so she could still at least pad her margins. But Kamala's support, it's dropped into the 20s among the working class vote. That's fatal. The margins that Trump is racking up there are just too big. So to bring this full back circle here, you can be sure that's what Biden was telling Obama. I at least was competitive with that vote. She isn't. And if she's not, then we could kiss goodbye Pennsylvania. We could kiss goodbye Michigan. We could kiss goodbye Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, which is exactly what we are seeing both in the polling and the early voting. Georgia and Arizona aren't even going to be close at this point. The Republican turnout is so huge in the early voting. So we'll see how all of this plays out, but it may be that Joe Biden, of all people, come Election Day, is the one who's going to have the last laugh.
You are most welcome to this video. Now I'm going to make public a consultation between me and my consultant cardiologist, Dr. Asim Malhotra. This interview is purely about me. You cannot take any medical advice from this whatsoever. You must consult your own doctor. but I present this for educational and entertainment purposes only. But the data on it is genuinely my medical information that I've decided to make public for educational purposes. Well, welcome to this video, and it's actually a medical consultation for me, so it's not really a video, it's just me and Dr. Malhotra having a chat, given that there's no one else watching. So I'm a bit concerned, Asim, at the moment. I've got these blood results from my doctor.
Yeah.
And my cholesterol's a bit high. So the normal range is 2.5 to 6 and mine is 7.1.
Right.
And the doctor said I should take these. Statin, 40 milligrams a day.
Yeah.
Now you're a consultant cardiologist. You've got a special interest in metabolic health.
Yeah.
And you've got a long history of being exonerated. We could go through the list now, maybe later. But for now, if you want to be my doctor, I would really appreciate it. Should I be taking these statins, Asim? I really don't know what to do. I'm confused.
Yeah. So, John, very interesting. So there's two different ways of approaching this, and we'll cover both. The first thing is looking at statins in terms of their use and their benefits. And for a long time, and still a lot of people think that the benefits of statins are because of lowering cholesterol. But we know that isn't true, because I published a review in 2020 in BMJ Evidence-Based Medicine, where we showed that looking at all different cholesterol-lowering drugs, including statins, there was no clear relationship with cholesterol lowering, specifically LDL lowering, the so-called bad cholesterol, we'll get onto that, and preventing heart attacks and strokes. Statins do have a small benefit, though, through a different mechanism, John, which is they are anti-inflammatory and anti-clotting. Okay, this is before we get to the side effect issue. So the next question is, and this is where we have this discussion, John, is if you are at low risk of having a heart attack or stroke in the next 10 years, and I'm presuming your blood pressure is normal.
Yeah, normally my blood pressure is about 120. It depends. If I take it at home when I'm relaxed, it's normally fine. It's normally about 125 over about 78-ish, something like that.
So it's in the normal range. You're not pre-diabetic or diabetic.
No, my HbA1c is actually okay. That's in a normal range. But my long-term sugar test is normal.
Fine, great. And you're not a smoker?
Oh, heck no.
No. And John, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
67.
Okay, that's all very interesting. So you will be you will be in the low risk of having a heart attack or stroke in the next 10 years. Okay?
Oh, that's great, Asim. Thanks. That's good to know, yeah.
And what that means is, John, that your benefit of a statin at best over a 5-year period, at best, because this information is curated by the drug industry, it gives you a 1% chance of a statin, if you took it religiously, preventing you from having a heart attack or stroke, but without prolonging your life by 1 day. That's if you don't get side effects. So, John, I've given you that information as it is. If I told you that there's a 1% chance it will benefit you if you don't get side effects, is that a drug you'd like to take?
Well, it's not going to increase my chances of living longer, which is really the one of the key indicators. I've got so much left to do. So if it's going to reduce my chances of a heart attack by 1% if I take this every day for the next 5 years, but make no difference unto my life expectancy, then I think I might leave that one actually for now.
Listen, John, your reaction is not unusual. In fact, they've done studies that, given that information presented in a transparent, honest way, most patients with a 1% benefit wouldn't take the pill. So you're not unusual at all. And I support your decision in keeping with what we call the principles of ethical evidence-based medical practice.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing to say. Now, the other interesting part of it all is, I think, how high is your LDL? What's your LDL at?
Well, my LDL, low-density lipoprotein, was, it says serum LDL 4.3.
Okay. So LDL is the one where you often patients get a red flag if it's above 3 millimoles from their GP.
Yeah.
But what's really interesting is, if you're over 60, all right, I found through research published in BMJ Open in 2016 with a number of international scientists, if you're over 61, there is no association with LDL cholesterol and heart disease. So LDL does not have any association with developing heart disease in the future. And the other interesting finding, John, was there was an inverse association with LDL and all-cause mortality. In other words, the higher your LDL statistically, if you're over 60, the less likely you are to die, probably because cholesterol has a very important role in the immune system. And older people are more vulnerable to getting infections and dying from infections. So there is nothing to worry about. So I'm absolutely would advise you that there is no reason for you to lower your LDL at all, because we know it doesn't prevent heart attacks and strokes on its own. and actually it may be protecting you. So I would leave your LDL as it is. But we talked about metabolic health, and the one thing that one of the markers of metabolic health is your triglycerides. Well, two of them are triglycerides and HDL. So what's your HDL and triglycerides?
My HDL was 1.2 on the last test.
Okay, fine. So above 1 essentially is normal. That's fine. And triglycerides?
My triglycerides were 3.6.
Okay. And was that fasted or non-fasted?
That was non-fasting.
Okay. So it isn't the most accurate. If you're getting a cholesterol level checked, it's really important you get it done fasted. If it's fasted, we want it to be less than 1.7. Okay.
What, the triglycerides?
Triglycerides. And that is a marker of one of the markers of metabolic health not being fully, normal. So that now, if it was above 1.7, John, and it may not be because it was done non-fasted, but let's say it was above 1.7, what I would advise you to do, interestingly, for the easiest way to get triglycerides down, which again is the triglycerides is certainly a risk factor for heart disease. Is actually just cutting out the sugar and starchy carbohydrates, which I know is not easy for everyone to do, but that is the most dramatic way and the quickest way. And that would go down within a few weeks of just quitting sugar and starch.
Really?
You've seen the triglycerides drop, yeah.
How low would I have to cut my carbohydrates to achieve that?
Well, listen, everyone's different. What I advise my patients is for the first, 4 to 6 weeks, if you like, go cold turkey completely on the starch and the sugar. So that means no bread, no pasta, no potatoes, no rice, no fruit juice, no sort of added sugar, just to see what impact that has on your triglycerides. And then you can then see what your baseline is and then adjust accordingly. And this isn't forever. I tell patients then do the 80-20 rule. 80% of the time follow the diet, 20%, you can have a pizza and a biryani in the weekend.
Have a pizza.
Like I do. But at least you kind of just, you can see what the ultimate benefit is by going a bit more extreme. And of course, I advocate for a low-carb Mediterranean diet for heart disease risk, and that means extra virgin olive oil, nuts and seeds, whole fruit and vegetables, oily fish a couple of times a week. And I'm not bothered if you want to have steak. You can have steak as much as you like, or you can have eggs and bacon or a fry up in the morning, as long as it's cooked in butter and you don't have any toast. That's fine. So that's what I tell patients, and they're like, "Oh, that sounds that I think I can cope with that." And there's no counting calories as well. And the results, John, generally I find with my patients are very quick. They notice benefits within a few weeks, not just in terms of blood markers, but quality of life. They lose a bit of weight, their belly fat, they find their energy levels are better, they're thinking better, they're sleeping better. It's really, really amazing.
So basically you're saying I can feel a lot better, think clearer, sleep better just by cutting down on refined carbohydrates and carbohydrates as much as I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, amazing, yeah.
But you notice those benefits. Like it's a big change for a lot of people. We're addicted. We're actually addicted to sugar and carbs. And by the way,
I am completely.
Mate, I have full empathy with you. I was the same, like really hardcore. Up until my early 30s, I was eating 40 teaspoons of sugar a day in different foods. It was typically a panini for lunch. It was pasta for dinner. It was cereal for breakfast. I was proper carb and sugar addicted. But when I went cold turkey, my palate changed. I don't crave it anymore. I have it occasionally. I don't really crave sugar anymore. So, it's a big change. But, definitely I'm 46 now. I recently had a test done for my metabolic health age, and it came back at 31. So, it's I'm happy with that.
How long did it take to get over the cravings? Take you to get over the cravings?
For men and women, it does tend to vary, but for most people, you notice it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to break the addiction. And then when you get through the first 2 to 3 weeks, the palate changes and the cravings start to go. For women, for whatever reason, it can take longer. It can take 6 weeks. It can take a lot longer. But the most important thing is to avoid sweeteners and go completely cold turkey. You want to unsweeten your sweet tooth.
Yes, absolutely.
And people ask about fruit, just very briefly. Avoid the high sugar fruits. So the things that you can eat are things like berries, strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, raspberries. Those are the things I advise people to do in the first instance. Avoid things like banana, mango initially. An apple's probably all right. A pear's probably all right because it's high fiber. But generally avoid the high sugar fruits as well.
Right, I can try and do that. Can I have a tipple on the Friday night?
Yeah, mate, listen, my part of my diet plan, I said if you want to have a glass of red wine with this, it's absolutely fine. So, yeah, no issue there. I think
Hi everyone, it's great to be back with you. But before I launch into my weekly monologue, and it's cheaper if you sign up for a whole year at once actually, but in return you get early to happen with it, and we will be, let's get to that promised monologue. Many people are calling for revolution. I've been hearing that for, I don't know, it's probably, well, a period of time to be counted in years, but certainly months. And they're not just calling for revolution in Britain, they're calling for revolution all over the West, all over the world. Such is the level of disconnection between leaders and led, I suppose. Others talk about regeneration. Others talk about restoration. I heard the esteemed historian David Starkey using the word restoration just the other day. And then there's renaissance. Depending on your personal predilections, I don't know, but perhaps given that menu of four, I would say it's a renaissance that we need. Well, some of us need that at least. A renaissance being a time of remaking or making anew what has been abandoned until worn out. So much of our world of before has been dismantled right before our eyes. It's been put out of commission. Like the coal mines were topped off with concrete plugs, as though to put them out of reach permanently. And that it feels like that's what's happening across the piece, a controlled demolition of our shared past to such an extent that we won't ever be able to get it back. That's what it feels like. I, for one, find that almost without exception, the things I trusted outside of my immediate family, and I cannot stress the faith of my immediate family enough, but everything outside of that, almost without exception, has let me down. Much of what we've witnessed in recent years, mass surrender of freedom, willful blindness in the face of lies, in the face of wrongdoing by the state, all of that was submitted to by so many, to a greater or lesser degree. That having happened, I would say it demands of us that we accept a share of responsibility for some of the malaise afflicting us. But there's also been an amoral, anti-human agenda imposed on us from above, or insinuating its way among us from below. It's been gathering all around us like, I don't know, like flood water or darkness at the end of the day. I think all of it is in part the consequence of the decadent decline of the West. We are reaping what was sown, some of which we watched being sowed, even sowed ourselves. We are also, and I think this is more important than it might sound at first hearing, where we are letting the machines have the best of things. By which I mean that too many of us are virtually living through technology, or even living virtually instead of living real life. As well as rebirth, Renaissance is or should be about a revival of whatever has been left to fall into disuse or into decay, however difficult that task may sound. We do know what's important to life, what's always important to life, because what's important doesn't really change from generation to generation. Some of what's needed is to revivify, to bring life back to those things, or to repair them by, once more, paying them proper attention and due reverence. It seems to me that some of what's been disused or left to decay has been what it really means to be human and alive. Now, I often hear myself using those words together, human and alive. But I find it unavoidable because the truth is that I've come to suspect we are not as alive as our species used to be. And I think many of us can feel it. By now, it seems clear that there may be no consequences for those that share the responsibility for the death in recent years, the death of uncounted numbers of fellow citizens, family, on account of the malicious, malign measures imposed on billions of people during the so-called pandemic, and then during the wars that have followed in its train. All of it seeming connected somehow. All of it leading to ruined lives, lives rendered unrecognisable. Many people feel the need for change. For too many, though, that might mean anything but what we have now. You're feeling so disenchanted and or desperate that anything seems preferable to what's there now is a dangerously vulnerable state of mind. It's a bit like going to the supermarket to shop for food when you're starving hungry. You're liable to choose anything, even the worst thing for you. There are many who claim as well that a winnowing of the species is underway, that there's an intention to cut the numbers, pure and simple. The idea that being that the fewer of us, the better. That dread possibility, I say, can't be ruled out either. It's undeniable that birth rates are in decline around the world. Too few babies born to replace the dead, and that's not new. That's been going on for years and years and years. And we know it, and we're turning a blind eye to it. That's no conspiracy theory. It's observable fact. It's happening as well. Well, it's happening at the same time that you powerful, wealthy individuals get up on stage, so to speak, and actively call for more action to decrease global population. When population's already falling like a piano out of a window. So I would say, talk about time for renaissance and rebirth. What better time than now? If all the above really is the case, what better time to think about birth, rebirth, rather than death? All of it. Renaissance will take a huge effort of will. Maybe first of all, it takes a leap of faith that it's even possible to achieve. Because, the background, the mood music is provided by the worst of the ideologues who are still hard at work, eroding what remains of our freedom, silencing anyone revealing the behaviour of those elites, far less criticising it. It's being made illegal to point out their lawlessness. Having abandoned truth in favour of lies, all effort, all official effort is bent towards making it illegal to speak that truth. And by now, it's only the truth that can get in the way of the organised criminals and their determination to grab all they can for themselves before it's too late. We can see them, the liars and the criminals, the ideologues, the Malthusians, the born-again eugenicists, but they don't care. They don't care that we see them. They took a gamble on getting away with it, and so far that gamble has come up trumps. And we know that because the oligarchs are richer and more powerful than they were before. It's that simple. You've got to hand it to them. Give the devil his due. Renaissance is about new birth, it's about new life, and it's about growth after a time of dying. Like a yew tree coming back from the roots when it's been cut down at the base. All the way back in 2020, former Supreme Court Justice Lord Sumption said, quote, "The British public has not even begun to understand the seriousness of what is happening in our country." He went on, "Many people will not care what happens until it's too late. They instinctively feel that the end justifies the means, the motto of every totalitarian government which has ever existed. Lord Sumption also predicted what he described as a, quote, radical and lasting transformation in the relationship between the state and its citizens in Britain in the coming years. And with it will come an equally fundamental change in our relations with each other, change characterised by distrust, resentments, and mutual hostility, end quote. I remind myself that Lord Sumption said this all the way back in 2020, 4 years ago, that a figure, an establishment figure, connected to an entity like the Supreme Court would say out loud, and here I repeat his words, the British public has not even begun to understand the seriousness of what is happening in our country. Many people will not care what happens until it's too late. That he said that 4 years ago. That's the period of time it takes from a newborn baby to somebody who's ready to go to primary school. And still, that idea has not properly affected everyone's thinking. Affected their thinking, at least to prompt a fresh look at what's going on. That is true, that has not happened. That's quite something. And I say that freely admitting that I was someone who was oblivious to what was going on for decades. I'm not claiming that I knew, or that I've known for very long, but I have known since, sometime in 2020. Surely, too, we've had enough of the distrust, resentments, and mutual hostility that Lord Sumption mentioned. Well, some of us, anyway. Because for the most part, and this is a very hard realisation to get across, for the most part, we're fighting each other. Neighbours against neighbours. Communities against communities. Creed against creed, race against race, instead of focusing on the true source of all our ills, which is from above, the oligarchs, who are moving us around like pawns on a chessboard for their own entertainment and or gain. So, what's needed is a renaissance for those of us who have mourned what's gone, which is the world we grew up in. It's not coming back. We have mourned and still do, but we need more than perpetual mourning. I've heard the calls for revolution. Revolution. Take up the cudgels and the pitchforks. But there's no sense in that kind of destructive action. No gain for the likes of you and me. There never has been, never will be. Look at what's happened in the aftermath of so-called revolutions in the past. A revolution, anyway, is a full turning of the wheel. All it does is take you back to where you were in the first place. Heaven forbid. For us, that would mean going back to the time when we were unaware of the truth of our reality. Revolution is obviously associated with communism, and communism is no different from fascism in terms of its disastrous consequences for most people afflicted. True revolution, as the true communists and their ilk intend it, doesn't lead to something better, something stable and settled. Communist revolution is a determination to inculcate, establish chaos and upheaval without end. And I don't know, for me that sounds like hell on earth. And it has been hell on earth for anyone who's lived through a revolution. Every revolution that you know about, English, French, Russian, saw to the decapitation of a king and the persecution of Christianity as the greatest obstacle in the way of the desired state of perpetual chaos. Any person, even an atheist, maybe even especially an atheist, should ask, for instance, why Christianity is so often in the firing line of those that style themselves progressive. For the longest time, Christianity has even been under attack by the church. It's been said by smarter people than me that, you know, the best thing the Archbishop of Canterbury could do would be to convert to Christianity. You know, you could probably say as much about the Pope. So there's nothing for us in revolution. Not if we value life. Not if we value life in the way that the powers that ought not to be, that's a new expression that I've picked up from someone and I'm now passing off as my own. The powers that ought not to be don't value life. So it's Renaissance. That's the R word that we want. It's not about bringing some idealised past back to life either. That would be, I don't know, that would be a resurrection or a reincarnation. You know, the truth is things were never like they used to be anyway. Not if you were there at the time. And no heroes coming to save us, no cavalry, no King Arthur. There's no point waiting or holding out hands, because it's down to us. The Renaissance we need will be about having the courage to face the truth that's right in front of our eyes. And it will come down to, well, each of us being prepared to take some responsibility, admitting that we've been part of the problem, and that it will be by confronting ourselves that we begin the job of becoming the solution instead. The Renaissance we need will be the antidote to the anti-human ideology that's all around us, the contempt for humanity that the powers that ought not to be broadcast. They emit it like a radio frequency. If you stand close enough to them, you can feel it, the contempt. And it's a big job that's in prospect. It may take generations. But there's so much to say, really. It has to be humanist, not in the atheist sense of humanist, as it, you know, as the word humanist and humanism came to be used in the 19th and the 20th centuries, but humanism imbued with its original meaning from centuries before. And credit where credit's due, you know, it surfaces out of Islam much earlier. And the idea there was of our species as one tribe linked by common humanity. Humanism, in that sense, in that broad sense, humanism, like someone initially conceived of it, brings us closer to the truth, even transcendent truth. Just as for instance, education, like it could be and should be, might, you know, it could perfect the character instead of diminishing character. It could lift up potential rather than quashing it. Education comes from educo, to lead out, to draw out from within what is already there, not to shove something else in and replace it. Education ought to be about appreciation of knowledge, obviously. It should be about the appreciation of beauty. You have to learn how to appreciate beautiful things. You're not born with it. It should be about curiosity concerning the other, including other points of view. Education should be the heart and soul of Renaissance, unlike the corrupted zombie thing that we have now, where the virtue is made to seem foolish and truth is only relative, and the objective is not about thinking but accepting indoctrination. What I dream about is a renaissance that is properly and genuinely humanist in the old sense, in that it would put at the heart of civilization the sovereign human being. Abdallah the Saracen was asked what in the world we can most marvel at, to which he replied that there is nothing so admirable as man, but by which he meant there is nothing so admirable as a human being. A renaissance like that, with that kind of thinking at its heart, might wash society clean of what ails it. Here's the thing, and I'm being honest, there are days like today when I look at the world and I simply don't recognise it. There are days when I think about what needs to be done to sort that, and the task seems insurmountable, to the point where it hardly seems worth trying at all. I feel that in myself, and I feel it emanating from people that I encounter. This has been one of those days for me. And then I remember to tell myself that every life starts with a new birth, which is a renaissance. Every life starts from scratch, naked and helpless. But answer me honestly, at the same time, what in the world, in the universe, has more potential to be good and worthwhile, properly tended, than a newborn?
Kamala Harris sat down for her first properly adversarial interview of the entire election campaign, and suffice to Kamala Harris sat down for her first properly adversarial interview of the entire election campaign, and suffice to say it didn't go too well.
How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you,
now,
just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point.
Let's just get to the point.
Let's just get to the point.
Doesn't get to the point.
The point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people have been released into the country.
Didn't
bring up that bill.
Responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
You're literally avoiding the point.
I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days.
But let's talk about what is happening right now with